Okay, everybody, we are back. We're going to probably have an unskippable cutscene here because I don't know how to skip it now that I'm using a controller. As they show us, oh yeah, hey, look what it looks like to go down to the planet. I'm mashing all the buttons. For some reason, it doesn't work on a controller, and having switched over to controller control, it's like, oh hey, your keyboard isn't going to completely function as you originally meant it to. So that's a little weird. But while we were offline over the last couple of days, I went and I gained a couple of levels. Not a ton, but enough to hopefully put us a little bit closer to parity with what we're going to be encountering. And we'll see how correct that is as we go. See if we get our asses completely wrecked here. And see, here's our free missions. Karen's Rescue. Let's get into the story. Things are going to get a little bit messed up this time. We're also out in some sort of really messed up looking sort of mangrove forest thing, I guess. Mangrove swamp, rather. Ethan, they'll probably gun us down. Also, we're trying to be sneaky. And yeah, flying monsters, I guess. That's the other thing. We gotta do what we gotta do. Alright, Maya, where's your machine guns for our jet bikes? It's him. We haven't seen Bruce in a couple of chapters. Yeah, see, I mentioned jet bikes. I didn't remember that from the cutscene entirely, but I just assumed this place kind of looks a little bit like Endor. What's the deal? Oh, you're gonna tell me how to use it on a keyboard while I'm using the controller? That's useful? I see you're not a shop this time. Is there anything we can do before we go there? Because that has filled me with a bit of dread, needless to say. I'm not very happy about that. I don't like seeing that shit. Okay, that just goes home. Slash is a save point. So let's just do it, I guess. Let's see what we can do here. Okay, so I have to press square to go forward with this. But I use the things to... I use the left and right on the analog stick to turn. Triangle. I think I picked that up with triangle. I think that... Maybe that's not an item. That just looks like the old Meseta drops, so I immediately assumed. Okay, I see. My HUD is basically telling me the wrong thing, and I'm using the button that is labeled with a right arrow there. Oh, okay, so those are boost packets, I see. You got boost power! I haven't played F-Zero X in a while. I should dig into that some more. You press Enix to go backwards is funny because, well, I can't say I haven't really had respect for Enix because, like, that's not true. Enix were, in their days, a very good publisher on the Super Nintendo. They brought us ActRaiser, among a couple of other games. But really, this is just me taking a shot at Dragon Quest and the fact that I've very rarely felt very positive about Dragon Quest. And also the fact that the guy who did music for Dragon Quest was an apologist for the things that Japan did during World War II, the various atrocities they were responsible for during that era. And he's also widely believed to be one of the people who was specifically holding back any attempts to make orchestrated versions of his music. You know, particularly for, like, soundtrack album releases, so... Anyway. If only I could rant a little more coherently sometimes. Do we get anything for an S rank, or is it just going to be more money? Oh, so we get some cosmetic items. That's neat. And we gain a nice, healthy chunk of class experience. A cosmetic item might sell for a decent chunk of change. And the music suddenly jumped in volume for the cutscene. That's a little bit weird. And especially because it sounds like that very specific type of electronic music that was very popular in the late 90s and was like, they would play that with fair regularity on Q101 in between stuff like Gravity Kills and, you know, the actual alternative rock that the station claimed that they were pushing. Or were they supposed to be the rock alternative? I don't know. I don't fucking remember. I'm talking about old Chicago radio stations. I don't even know if Q101 is still a going concern at this particular juncture. Or if they even have the same programming anymore. I'm getting a little old, aren't I? Aw, see, she gets to... She gets to have a friend. Neat. I'm happy for her. Let's change the subject because let's not think about Hyuga very much at all. Hyuga has a whole story arc in later games, which we may or may not find out about, depending very heavily on what I decide to do with this. I am certainly going to, at some point, be playing through Episode 2, the story of the expansion pack Ambition of the Illuminus. However, there's an episode 3 of Phantasy Star Universe that is no longer available. It's just gone, as far as we can tell. Sega may still have some of the files, but it was an online-only story, so you could only get it if you played the game online. And so, as has been brought up before, also, there are private servers for PS Universe. However, they don't have that either. So, that was probably something that was just all held completely server-side by Sega. And that would explain why it's not available at this point. Yeah, I have seen the Joey Wheeler Yu-Gi-Oh! Normal monsters. Those are pretty funny. And again, it's like, wow, I'm glad that they're, like, able to laugh at themselves a little bit, because honestly, as a franchise, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is kind of ridiculous when you think about it, in a lot of ways. So hey, if they can laugh at themselves, all the better. Because I would worry that they'd be a little too self-serious, pardon me, in some instances, even though it is, you know, inherently ludicrous. Yeah, isn't that the one where it adds, like, hey, quit sniffing my socks line or something like that? Which is kind of funny in and of itself. Joey is pretty great. Although, honestly, every single character in the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Series is pretty great. Yeah, there you go. I mean, I guess there's a few that don't really stand out very much, but for the large part, there's a lot of fun to be had with that whole series. Aw, dang it, these things are fire elements. I don't need this thing out. Bandit Keith, yeah, good old, the Dick Dastardly of the franchise. See, if he didn't tell the audience about his tricks, nobody would ever know. No one will ever know! Wait, no, that's something different. Pardon me. I'm not gonna waste Diamate yet. Although, we got some enemies that are trying to give us the nasty time here. Yeah, since his signature monsters are like Slot Machine and Barrel Dragon, Although I gotta say that he's definitely a motherfucker in FM if he gets the worst draw, you know, the most bad draws. In Forbidden Memories, he can be pretty nasty because he can just drop out Zoa, if I remember correctly. So, hey, 2600 monster, whoops. Hope you're using Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon by this point. The only strategy in Forbidden Memories that works. Okay, that's not quite true, but there's not a lot, dang it. Oh, neat. Yeah, to be honest, it is very strange that Slot Machine does not have any sort of effect to it, considering it's, like, pretty high up there as one of the things that you would expect there to be something going on. And speaking of luck-based elements, I believe that in Stairway to the Destined Duel, which is one of the Game Boy Advance games that uses the original rule set, which I played the hell out of. You see, I was going to say GBA at first, but then I started making the hard G sound, so it started to sound like GBA, and I was like, that sounds wrong. And so, if I can ever assemble some words correctly, I seem to recall that he also had like a lot of the dice rolling cards. He had skull dice and whatever in that game. So, I mean, hey, a luck-based mechanic would be interesting. Of course, that was also an era before Tribute Doll was even available, which would at least be some semblance of a level 7 support. It would be interesting to assemble more... Like, they've been doing basically structure decks for a couple of recurring characters that include some cards that throw back to their mechanics. One of the big ones... I, of course, own the... Do I own the Kaiba one? Yeah, I own the Kaiba one. The Kaiba and Yugi structure decks that came out a while back, and of course, the Slifer and Obelisk ones that came out as well. Winged Dragon of Ra doesn't get one, probably because it's honestly the fucking worst out of the three. I admit to being kind of partial to Slifer, but I think Slifer has the best supports, so, you know, that'll do a lot for it. But they were doing a pattern of stuff like that for a while, and, like, Yugi had the Electromagnet Warriors, which are pretty cool. Unfortunately, the deck that I want to build based off of those seems to be kind of a non-starter at this point. So I may have to switch to something else if I ever want to put those to use. I'll have to build something completely different. But it genuinely makes me very sad that that pattern was not repeated, because there's a lot of cards from the classic era just in general that I would love to see get some sort of, you know, a little bit of shine put on their names and everything, right? Like, Gate Guardian is one of those cards. It's like, this thing is fucking impossible to use, but it kind of deserved better by virtue of being as big of a deal as it was. You know, it's like, hey, here's a 3750 monster. In order to summon it, you can only do it by tributing from play these three very specific level 7 monsters, which... How questionable to say the least. Meanwhile, Valkyrion, you could just throw that shit out of your hand. Valkyrion was a real bastard in that way. If you could ever get that draw. And of course, in that day, that was all promos, so you're not gonna happen, Chief. Ooh, another thing. I don't know how to go first person in this with the controller. Oh. Just click the right stick, apparently. Neat. Although, again, we're still dealing with no inverted controls. That's something that can probably change in the options menu. And I probably should, because it keeps fucking me up, although we all know what'll happen if I change it. I will then... Yikes! I'll then spontaneously acquire muscle memory for doing it the way that it originally was. Got it. Yeah, so, the cutscene volume doesn't change depending on your options whatsoever. That's pretty bad. Way to go, Sega. This is why people in a lot of parts of the world don't think much of this franchise anymore.
私たちはこの精霊門を通してつながっているんです。私がこんなに苦しいのもお姉様がきっと苦しい目に遭っているからです。そんなことが。さあ、先を急ぎましょう。なかなかやりますね。少しは見どころがありそうです。
They must really want a ridiculous time out of you to clear that if you want full marks. Hey, our class gained another level. Yay, we gained a point of defense. That's good. Hey, can you chodes get over here so we can get healed? Yeah, I didn't know about UFO-roid Fighter. I just looked that up. I guess that works. I mean, again, they get chucked out of the hand. It's probably not a super strong combo nowadays. Like, back in the day, I've said this before, but I don't think anybody really played it. Twin-headed Thunder Dragon as a combo would have been really good. Especially if you had a better way of getting polymerization to your hand. In, like, the era when Twin-headed Thunder Dragon was a recent card, anyway. But nowadays, you look at something that's like, oh, hey, let me just chuck 2 monsters out of my hand. You know, let me -3 myself for a beater, and you'd probably be like, eh, that's not really that impressive. Also, hey, look, we can do a 3-part combo with our Spears Photon Arts now. Didn't it not release in the US until, like, a few years after it would have been out of date anyway? Not, like, super late anyway, but noticeably later than it came out in Japan. So, unfortunately, I think it really did just miss the timing entirely, and nobody was going to look at it and be like, oh yeah, that's totally a good idea, even though, yeah, it would have been playable at least. Black Luster Soldier and a couple of the other fusion monsters would have been good examples of that too. Masked Beast, I've mentioned specifically Masked Beast before, because Masked Beast was a 3200 monster for a level 8. And again, you just get Masked Beast Ritual, that, and you throw out a level 8 monster, and it works. Unfortunately, that's a lot of junk to put in your deck for a free monster that -2s you, despite it being fat, and having no effects to speak of. So as much as it's a good thing, I don't think it really had that much of a shelf life. And to be fair, I'm not very knowledgeable about what the tournament scene would have been like at that particular period. Blue Eyes Max Dragon I don't think is one that I've seen before. But of course, nowadays ritual monsters are mostly like combo oriented, like everything in the game really. I don't think it's technically possible to really play a deck that doesn't count in some respect as combo anymore. So, yeah, I would love to take a lot of the old stuff, like, way back in time to that sort of era. And I mean, Generation Duel exists as a thing, but it's still... Generation Duel is not exactly what I'm looking for something like that, based on the rule set. Unless it was specifically locked to everybody is just using the same generation and everything. In which case, you know, sure, why not? In that case, if it works, it works. Okay, it's specifically restricted to the same era, because I know that there's like different ban lists as long as you obey the era restrictions. So like you can probably play Pot of Greed if you're in classic era. One of, but actually maybe not, because ban lists would have existed back then. But there's a much tighter ban list for the later eras that are, you know, made to lock out more modern combos and stuff like that. Oh, it's in the original DM era? Nice. Can't play Time Seal and Massive Darkness together. Yeah, that was one that they got rid of Time Seal pretty quickly, I'm sure, because Time Seal is just... Time Seal is kind of obnoxious, and... Oh god, the amount of ice shots that I'm taking here from 4 enemies is kind of ridiculous. Game, let up a little bit, please. This is why you don't target the tank first, but still... Oh, that's rotate. It's R1 to switch. Can I land a hit on these fuckers? What is going on today? Then also, I think trap cards started to get a little bit fast. They started to get support a little bit earlier on after they realized, hey, trap cards can be kind of a pain to use. And we've created a lot of things that just absolutely demolish trap cards from the very outset. Chenzo! Ugh! God, I'm sorry, I just also had a bit of a realization, like, hey, have you considered trying to do that against Eldritch? And I realized I don't really know what would be a good way to pull that off. I don't know, like, what is the easiest, just stupid sneak Jinzo out and watch Eldritch player go, like, wait a second. How do I deal with this? Unfortunately, I really dislike Eldritch's deck just because it's so boring and it's so all-encompassing. Again, it doesn't help that the people that I see playing it just don't seem to know what their cards do in the first place. But also, I did try to build something that would deal with it, and that would be Fossil Fusion, which I might keep picking at that because, of course, a lot of the time you'll see the Eldritch player just pitch one in order to special summon another one and it gets a boost. And you eat the one out of the graveyard for one of the big Fossil Fusion monsters, and those usually have some sort of really silly effect to them that just causes problems. Preferably on purpose. Yeah, Imperial Order going bye-bye is not really a bad thing, to say the least. Imperial Order is just not fun to play against. Then again, that also, like, doesn't help that I play a lot of decks that are like, oh hey, here's a large amount of spell card dependency. I mean, Cleefort needs Cleefort Scout basic, so at bare minimum, that's already legitimately, you're probably gonna brick if you don't have that. And even then, you know, you can't do turn 1 towers without it. Like, at all. And the other one I was playing was Gravekeepers, which, oh god, so that thing has some sort of, like, Ice Tornado attack. So, yeah, a lot of decks that I have played with are very spell card reliant, so maybe it makes a little bit of sense that I'm like, oh yeah, that card that specifically shuts off spell cards really eats shit. And I mean, nowadays, there's a pretty good chunk of effect monsters that I could probably, you know, negotiate a large part of dealings with just those and not need, like, any speller trap at all, pretty much. Well, yeah, because Magic Jammer just causes them very serious problems. Especially if you Magic Jammer their Scouts effect, it's like, oh hey, yeah, your deck is very severely slowed now. If you Magic Jammer Monolith, that can also fuck them up. But yeah, that's like the big card for them. I look at, if I draw a hand where I don't have if I don't have Scout and I don't have, what is it, like Pot of Extravagance or something, which is banish either 3 or 6 cards of your choice from your extra deck and excavate that many cards and put one of them into your hand. I forget which pot that is, but if I look at a hand and I don't have that and I don't have Cleefort Scout, I'm just like, well, I bricked. Basically, anything you do that can shut a deck down that hard is really good. It's a deck that is based on a very weak Summoner's Art. I do not have Summoner's Art in the deck. I don't even remember what that is. I gotta go look at that again. I guess I can look at it in the next cutscene or something. If I don't forget. Oh, it's right there. I'll see it. Oh, okay. Yeah, that would be a good thing to run a few more of, because that's pretty good. That basically solves the deck's major problem very quickly. I don't know if I mentioned it, but the sound effect quality for that digging sound is absolutely fucked. It sounds so bad. Like, it sounds like it's been downgraded to the quality of, like, some 16-bit machine, but not quite one of the ones that's actually real. Like, it's not SNES grade, and it sounds about as bit crushed as something would be on any of the wide variety of 68,000 base machines, such as the well, such as the Genesis, really, but not one of the ones that I'm aware of, that's for sure. Although that said, I'm not like a super expert about a lot of that stuff. I know a little bit of Amiga stuff. There's a lot of computers, of course, that used the Motorola 68,000. A lot of Japanese computers in particular. I don't know a ton about that subject in particular. Although I have been looking at how much some of those things cost and being like, hey, can I try and get hold of some of these older models for, you know, for video making purposes, for reasons of being able to go, hey, here's original hardware, here's what these things looked like. Like, some of them are pretty cool. The FM Towns has this, like, just vertically arrayed CD drive on the front of it, so it's a panel that you push on the front of the case and it opens outward. And, like, you put the disc in so that way it's the surface is flat. This sounds like I'm describing just a regular CD drive up to a point, but it does not go inside of the case the way most CD drives that you're familiar with are. It's more like something you'd probably see on one of those, you know, on some sort of audio unit. I guess I can go grab a picture real quick and point at that. Oh. Maybe if I hit copy image address. And this is a computer from the late 80s with a CD drive in it. Yeah, no, I was saying that one of the sound effects sounded really, really horribly bit crushed, and that it kind of reminded me of, like, something that would be running a Motorola 68000 processor for sound. So, like, the Sega Genesis or something. And there were a lot of Japanese computers that are based on that, too, and... yeah, I've tried tracking down a couple of those on eBay. Unfortunately, I probably could look for them. I'm sure there's, like, other places where I can find that shit. But they are very expensive for a lot of the ones that are, like, the most interesting to me. As a general rule, finding a PC-98 model of computer in good working order is, like, $500 for just the computer. And, of course, they don't give you shipping information because most of them are coming out of Japan, and instead of being useful about the whole thing, they decide, why don't we overcomplicate this? And usually you have to get, like, a go-between to ship from Japan to America and stuff like that. Anyone who's done anything like that probably is very well aware. So, $500 for just the computer. And with it, you need a specialized keyboard, because I'm pretty sure they have proprietary keyboard jacks. They are not PS/2 compatible. And you may need a special mouse to go with it. I'm not 100% confident of that, but of course you'd want a mouse. And a monitor. A monitor is at least pretty easy, because it seems to have a fairly standard VGA port in the back of it, most of the models that I've seen anyway. So I can probably find one of those lying around in a Goodwill for less than $15. Do you all want to... Holy fuck, you incompetent... God... Twitch support would be smarter than this. Anyway, where was I? That's a good question. Oh yeah, about $500 before shipping and before anything else to get just the PC part of the PC-98. And this is for one of the sort of mid-era models. The PC-98, for those who are not very aware... Oh god, these things explode. Great. So the PC-98 was more of a computer format than a whole thing. It's sort of like... Well... It's kind of like the Japanese Amiga. Except that it had a much larger market share than the Amiga, and was definitely intended primarily as a business machine at first. And so, like, $500 for a sort of mid-era model. Then another... What I've seen is usually like $100 for a keyboard. Which is fucking insane when it's people buying new, good, mechanical keyboards. I personally look with suspicion at any keyboard that costs more than 20 bucks. It is one of the most basic peripherals that you could possibly have for your computer. Can you not get me a budget model? So, that's, again, $600 before the presumably exorbitant shipping on both of these objects. Again, old computer, it's quite heavy, so it's not going to be easy to get there. Plus whatever it would cost to get a VGA monitor, because I don't own one of those anymore. Although, as I said, that's probably pretty cheap if I find, if I find it at a garage sale or a Goodwill or something. Assuming that garage sales are a thing that can ever exist again because, the forever disease. And thank goodness a cord for it doesn't really seem to be too much of an issue because it just looks like a standard type of power cord that plugs into the power supply units. But still, that's like $700 for a computer from 1993 that I would probably only be able to play any games off of through bootlegging them myself, basically. And that I would just want as a video prop. So what I'm saying is, I need you all to sub real fucking hard so that way I can get... No. Only act on those things if that is a thing you want to do. Because, goodness knows, I look at that and I'm like, what would I even do with this afterwards? I wouldn't play it. I would use an emulator. There's very good PC98 emulation out there in the first place. It would legitimately just be so that way I could do the world's most expensive show and tell. Asterisk, not the world's most expensive, but still grossly overpriced. That said, I'm still saving, like, most of my fun money this year towards it, just on the off chance that I decide that I want to go through with it. It would be so nice to be like, hey, this might help my YouTube channel. That's not how YouTube works. Just like literally everything else in life, it's about who you already know in the first place. And or pure luck. To be honest, most things are kind of overpriced anyway. I mean, retro game prices are kind of insane as well, which is another thing. I don't remember if I mentioned this, but when I was looking for copies of the PS2 version of this game's expansion pack, Ambition of the Illuminous, because originally I was thinking, oh hey, PS2, that'll be my main option for playing it, right? Until I remembered, oh hey, there's a PC version. And I didn't necessarily want to chance PCSX2 telling me to have a nice day while I was in the middle of this. PCSX2 has apparently become Mick Foley. And so I went looking, and I found it for like $70, I think was the cheapest copy that I saw on eBay. And I was just like, you are fucking high. I'm gonna have to either put that on the back burner for the time being, because, quite frankly, paying more than the original list price from a video game makes me very upset in every part of my body. And until I remembered, oh hey, yeah, there's a PC port, I can probably just pirate it. And then I learned that, oh hey, Sega released the client for free, so it's technically no longer piracy, I'm just late to the party. Which is basically the same argument that people use when they continue to use Photoshop CS2, because one time Adobe offered it for free, and it was possibly meant to be, it was possibly an accident. Oh, hey, by the way, we got a new weapon, so Hyuga, get in here. We're going to check that out pretty quickly. Close the door. Oh, God. So, it looks like Mireille is going to get killed real quick. Let's have a... well, we can't do a direct comparison, and oh, God damn it, they're on top of me. Good. Great! I should have just left you outside, Hyuga, you stupid fuck. That man is getting no respect for me, ever. Anyway. Stats. Okay, this thing is a little bit more accuracy and a little bit more attack power. However, I am going to equip it just for the purposes of showing you the model, because I think it's really good. Yeah, exactly. This streaming shit is way harder than people think it is. Alright, so... get a load of that. We got the pointer finger here. It's like the heavy taunt. Pow! Ha ha ha! Oh, fuck off. Now you die. Now you get the hose. Oh god, the voice clip! Holy shit! I didn't know that! The really shitty sounding Bit Crush, somebody going, come on, come on, come on! Oh my god, that is amazing! I don't even care that this thing is bad, I love it. It's bad, I know it. Now I gotta look at the map because I forgot where I am. It's like being in a shopping mall. Except I'm probably in less danger. Oh, that's fantastic. I am so glad that somebody decided, hey, you know what this game needs? That. They were right. By the way, yes, there is a dual handgun version of that for anyone who is curious or uncertain or has simply forgotten me mentioning it. It's out there. I actually, when I played this game many a year ago, I used it as my twin handgun option because it was pretty strong, and as soon as I was able to get hold of all the things to actually craft it, it was not that expensive, so points there, I guess. Rifle, double saber. This could benefit from a photon charge. Oh god, like a Shadow the Hedgehog reference thing? Or does that mean that there was a weapon called the Shadow Rifle in the original PSO, but it was a generic instant kill rifle if you got the right ability on it, so that doesn't count. Oh, that's fantastic. Although, like, all the PSO era games are, since they're all Sonic Team projects, they are rife with various Sonic references in a lot of them. And in the case of PSO 2, there's some even weirder crossovers. Ouch. There was a Sword Art Online event in PSO 2, which is, I mean, it's a choice. People like Sword Art Online. I don't particularly get it because it's rife with issues, and if I want that, Dot Hack exists already. But, you know, not to disparage anyone completely for their questionable tastes. Except for when I just did.
誰だ?ここは祭司聖霊主様の許可を得た者しか入ってはならん。くそ、見つかった。ここは僕が引き受けます。イーさんとマヤさんはカレンさんを。すまないヒューガ。
We dealt with all those robots pretty effectively, dude, and he doesn't actually know how to die, so y'all are gonna have a bad time. They're also just generic grunts, so rip those dudes. PSO2 also had a Near Automata crossover, which I'm actually kind of sad that I did not at any point before I stopped playing the game because I got bored with it go about picking up the 2B dress, because I think it's a neat outfit. I swear I'm a normal person. That sounds really bad, but I don't think anything I've ever said is, like, not sounded bad, so, There were definitely a couple of others, too, not counting the various Sega-related crossovers. I want to say there was an Attack on Titan one, too, which, Attack on Titan. We probably don't talk about my feelings about Attack on Titan and the guy who created it, because that will start a firestorm of a kind that I'm not exactly sure I need in here. I think this is the part where we start getting story, or is this just a switch room? Unfortunately, we don't get a good perspective of this guy's chair. That doesn't look very comfortable. This just looks like an administrative office. Oh, what's going on here? Found proof of what? I'm sure we're gonna find out, right? Payments from rogues. Ooh. Wow, who would have guessed that the church is corrupt? Well, I mean, the harm brought to those who were affected by the information that was sold to the rogues kind of matters too, but that's not your fault. Oh boy, Ethan, there's more. And we'll find out in a bit. Well, they're generous enough to give us a healing point and a save point. And hey, look, this room is so cramped that everybody can get healed just by virtue of me being here, and the AI doesn't have to remember to put everybody in the right place. Amazing. Alright, let's get out of here. Oh, these dudes are absolutely toast. Doing construction work and we're lost. I don't think that's necessarily, You know, if plain-ass thieves can figure out anything about this armored fucking compound with, like, 25 million security robots in here that all know how to use self-destruct as soon as their HP hits 1... I think it's pretty feasible for Mirai to know about this room. Then again, I'm perfectly okay with absolutely annihilating their asses. I mean, I'm even in twin dagger mode, so I've got 1 sword for each. And they all go down like sacks of potatoes. Perfect. Very easy fight. And we're probably going to get... Yeah, we're getting even more of these dorks. Plus, we're in fairly tight hallways, so... I was going to say, if they don't want to freeze me instantly, this is a place where, again, the spear just absolutely rips ass. This is... I meant whips ass. That other phrase doesn't sound right. All that work for nothing, wow. This is a level that I remember being in a very large amount of times in order to try and farm certain rare materials. At least the free mission version of it. So, I definitely remember absolutely abusing the spear, even as a ranger, to just destroy anything that got too close to me. The big downside that you're seeing is that the hang time on the third hit of the third attack of Dust Dagas is massive. If you do not use that with a little bit more care than I tend to, you will get hurt unduly. It's okay, we're fine. If I was smart, I would remember to grab like a cane and use Resta on it. That I 100% believe, although I haven't really looked at a lot of the weapons in Shadow the Hedgehog in a while. Because, again, as I said, they're both Sonic Team projects. And I absolutely 100% remember that in Sonic Adventure 2, in the space levels, you could pick up PSO item boxes. You could just dig them up out of the ground as Knuckles and Rouge, and I think they were just hanging out in the world map for Crazy Gadget or something. Possibly Final Rush or Final Chase, but that was definitely a thing that they were just sort of strewn about. So there was absolutely some cross-pollination going on with those two games, and for good reason. Because at that point, Sonic Team was absolutely riding a massive high there. I mean, I think that Adventure 1 and 2 have aged rather questionably, but they were definitely good games in their time, and even nowadays, there's a lot of fun to be had with a lot of them. Unfortunately, my last real experience with PSO was playing on the what was it, Ephenia? Yeah, playing on one of the private servers, Ephenia, for Blueburst, which, you know, granted, they were going for a very much the original game type of experience, aside from the fact that you could actually get dark flow and everything, so the balance was absolutely busted, and they did nothing to fix it. But I felt just that you gained levels and stuff way too slowly on that one compared to any of the other private servers. And I am not a person who does well at communicating with others basically at all. I don't do multiplayer type of stuff like that without people that I am super well aware of, like, at all. It took me months to do even my first dungeon of FF14 without anyone there, and that was even just as a DPS, where it's like, oh, well, nobody's going to pay attention to your performance anyway. Unless you're in a Savage or something where it actually, you know, where you have to do actual DPS checks. No, nobody cares about the DPS at that point. They just are like, oh, hey, we're going to automatically give the commends to the tank because they, A, chose to do something that actually got the raid going, and B, they shut the fuck up. Because a lot of healers, I've learned in 14, can be kind of assholes. Or are just bad players. A few months? I think that's a bit of a stretch. It was more like a month ago, when the Oceania data center first became a thing. I created an alt on Ravana so I could hang out with all my friends who were all originally on Balmung, and they were like, we're gonna go to Ravana instead, because like most of them are from Australia or the Philippines. And so by the way, no, I only speak English still, and even then, I'm an American, so saying I speak English feels like a stretch. But I went over there, and so the first dungeon I was wildly over leveled for, so I was just like, okay, it's gonna be faster to just do this unsynced, and I did, and it was like level 27 or something as a tank going through Sestasha. And then I did the second dungeon with an actual party, because I was like, okay, why not? First of all, I had to wait like 10 minutes for a healer to get into the queue at all. Apparently, Ravana has a bit of an issue with not having very many healers. And so I got in there, and this healer clearly did not want to play a healer. They chose Astrologian, which, you know, okay, one of the healers. I feel like Astro is probably the softest healer in some way in terms of, like, just durability. But I don't really think there's actually palpable differences between them at most levels. This person was running ahead of me when I was playing the tank, need I remind you. Just the whole time. And at one point, midway through the dungeon, I thought I missed one enemy with my standard AoE, because my tank class was Marauder, which the AoE attack that they have is a cone instead of a circle, which is really awkward for grabbing the attention of enemies. And so I turned around a little bit because I was like, okay, did I miss something? I'm going to go try and grab it. And this person then proceeded to rescue me to the exit of the door. Rescue being a move that it just grabs someone and pulls them in a direction. Like, there was no reason to do that, and this person had been suicide diving into the mobs the whole time. So, that seems to be my experience with, you know, anytime a healer doesn't just shut up, is that they're either an idiot or an asshole. And I don't want to be the person who, you know, talks about stuff like that because, hey, I mostly play DPS. I'm a clown. I don't know how to play the game. You know, it's basically me being like, well, listen, I want to be useful, but I don't have a brain that is wrinkly enough to do anything more complicated than punch. And so it almost makes me feel a little bit, you know, like not always the greatest person to be like, hey, yeah, by the way, I seem to have a lot of really shit experiences with other classes. That's not something that I remember at all. I'm gonna take a quick look at this. Oh, they were supposed to be specifically PSO based. I remember that those outfits were a thing that you could unlock in Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, but I did not ever really make the connection that they were PSO influenced specifically. Oh, he's gonna summon a demon. Or something. Actually, it's significantly weirder than that. Minor spoilers. I mean, we're gonna get there in a minute anyway, but still.
Otou-sama.
ミレイ、どうしてここが？
私とお姉様は精霊門によってつながっています。どこにいようと私はお姉様を探し出せます。
ミレイ、これはお前のためなのだ。今のままではお前の体が持たないのはお前自身がよく分かっているではないか。
お姉様に何をしようとしているのですか？
ミレイ、お前が巫女になれたのは私のおかげだ。双子では巫女としての能力が半分になってしまう。私が精霊門によってカレンの能力を移植しなければお前は巫女になれなかったのだぞ。
お姉様は私のために犠牲になったのですね。
仕方なかったのだ。巫女を輩出することが巫女な一族にとってどれほど大事なことなのかはお前にもわかるだろう。
そんなことまでして巫女になりたくはありませんでした。
お前までそんなことを言うのか。お前の母もそうだった。この子が不憫だとさらって逃げていってしまった。獣に食われて死んだと聞いていたが、まさかこの子が生きていたとは思ってもみなかったよ。
お父様、バカなことはもうやめてください。
もう止められません。これでお前は巫女として完成されるのだ。このカレンの生命力を移植すれば。
そんな、嫌です。お姉様の命を犠牲になど。
お前は、いや原始の巫女はこのグラールには必要な存在なのだ。カレンも分かってくれよ。
So there it is. There's the big plot drop for this part.
娘の命を何だと思ってるんだ。
Oh, there's more
無
cutscene.
礼なやつめ、わしを甘く見ると痛い目に遭うぞ。ミレイ、父に逆らうつもりか。
お父様、目を覚ましてください。
わしがどれほどお前のことを思っているかわからんのか。 しまった。つい力が。大丈夫かミレイ。大変なことをしてしまった。
そこまでです。イーさん、応援を連れてきましたよ。
え？ルツ精霊首相。
同義殿、精霊種らしからぬ行いをやっておると聞きました。ご説明願いたい。
これは三倉家の指示である。貴殿には関係のないこと。
巫女様を傷つけ、罪なき女性の命を奪おうとするなど、教団の者としてあるまじき行い、罪は重いですぞ。
貴様に何がわかる。わしの邪魔ばかりしようって。覚悟しろ。
Sir, knowing these kind of settings, you're about to drop dead of old age. Don't even. Oh, here comes Big Shell. Again, I like how Ethan is still using just the junk saber in the cutscenes. And he's just about to fight this giant mecha with just this. We are significantly better armed in the real game, however. Alright, so with good aim, we're landing 3 hits per attack. Although, again, a large part of that is, like, I gotta actually aim properly and everything. Oh, it does some sort of going invisible thing, too. And also, the field is a lot bigger than I thought it was. Unfortunately, this thing is light element, and the game really doesn't want to give us dark element attacks, like, at all. Our only real way of exploiting this weakness at this point is using dark magic, and I don't have a staff whatsoever, even though, again, it would probably not be a bad idea. Alright, we're out of shots. Let's try to get in here. Not too hard. Not quite fast enough for an S rank, but pretty good. 4 grand, we gained some experience. Yeah, this whole plot is kind of fucked up, is the main takeaway here.
Kannen sare yo, Dougi dono.
And yeah, we're gonna talk about this once we hit the end of the chapter, because I'm pretty sure this is it.
ダメだ。もう手遅れだ。
ミレイお姉様ミレイ、私を助けに来なければこんなことには。私がこれまで巫女として生きてこれたのもお姉様のおかげです。最後にお姉様のために役に立てて嬉しかった。ミレイ、ごめんね。私あなたに何もしてあげられなかった。お姉様、泣かないで。私とお姉様は二人で一つなの。私の魂は精霊によってお姉様とつながっているのよ。世界のどこにいても私はお姉様と一緒なの。いつでもいつまでも私はお姉様と共にあるのよ。そうだよ、いつまでも私たちは一緒だよ。嬉しい。ミレイ、ミレイ、ミレ久しぶりだな。
ああ、元気か。
あ、
ガーディアンズを辞めたって聞いて心配してたんだ。
ごめん、どうしても連絡できなくて。
いいんだよ、今日こうやって会えたんだし。なんだい話って。
ちょっと確かめたいことがあって。
確かめたいことって。
これだ。
何をするんだカレン。
研修の最終日に立ち会えなかったからな。どれくらい強くなったか見てやろう。
Ah, she's gonna kill us. Good.
そういうことか。
The perfect climax for the plot. Everybody dies. Everything is terrible. And that's how Phantasy Star's respect collapses in the West. Oh wait, no, we're actually having a regular person fight. We have laser swords. We're not regular people. Not anymore.
Maita.
どうだ。
強くなったな。もう教えることは何もない。
カレン。
もう今日で私は私でなくなるんだ。
どういうこと。
私はミレイの代わりに巫女になる。
巫女に。
まだミレイが死んだことは限られた人にしか知らされていない。巫女はグラールの人々の支えだ。私はミレイとして巫女の役目を引き継ぐ。
カレン。
カレンエラは今日で終わりだ。これからはミレイ・ミクナとして生きていく。
そんな。
ありがとう。さよなら、イーサン。
Alright, we've hit the end of the chapter. And that is we are no longer able to summon Karen to our side. She is officially gone, basically. And I want to take a moment to point out that, yeah, here we go. Here's a legitimate emotional climax of I don't have that many questions really to ask. I mean, I do have a few, and we'll get to those in a minute. But legitimately, A, that's fucked up. And B, that's really fucked up. So, the point that was going on was that Dogi was stealing Karen's Technic ability from basically stealing his one daughter's soul to implant into the other in order to make her more powerful, in order to, one, preserve his family line as being the head of the church that everybody looks up to in this sci-fi setting, and B, to sell information from her divinations to rogues in order to allow them to attack targets more easily and, get free money, basically. Oh, also we get another cutscene, hang on.
次回ファンタシースターユニバースメルボアの地で君の守るべきものは何だ
So, there you go. There's the horrific, disturbing thing that is pretty much a key requirement to every part of this series. You know, in PSO2, you had Luther's emergency code in Chapter 2 that was like Emergency Code Armageddon or something. I don't remember exactly what it was called, but basically it mind-jacked all the arcs in order to try and kill you. There was the fact, basically, that halfway through Seabed in PSO1 Episode 2, you found out that the signal was coming from that the recordings, rather, from inside the Seabed facility were not being recorded. They were happening live, so you were basically hearing about everybody being murdered while it was happening. You have pretty much everything that happens throughout the ruins in Episode 1 being an absolute fucking nightmare and carrying some very alien-esque implications, if you understand what I'm saying. PSO 1 in particular, or PSO, pardon me, Phantasy Star 1, which is the one that I'm more familiar with out of any of the other Phantasy Star RPGs. Well, aside from the fact that Lastic is fucked up, there's pretty much everything related to Dark Falls in that game. Mostly from Phantasy Star 2, I remember Nay first killing Nay, and that's obviously what most people remember from that game for very understandable reasons. And here we go. Here's this game. It's Dad stealing one of his kids' souls and implanting it into the other, so that way because he's insecure about his family name being lost to time or some shit. I mean, aside from my questions of why, or for that matter, how, really, that's a minor issue about how did he do it. It's a fantasy series. Why are you asking that question? This is actually one of the very few times when the lack of communication between the rest of the world and the very few people who know is justified and makes a lot of sense. This is actually a moment where the plot is unanimously very good, I think. However, there's one question that I have. In fact, it's 1.5 questions, really. Although the half question is basically hair length, and that is, well, we saw that when Karen switches into the Divine Maiden outfit, she basically, her hair grows out, so it's probably a wig. But the other question is, Mirai's eye color did not change between when she was wearing Karen's street clothes and when she was in Regalia. For reasons that are perhaps understandable, because, color contact lenses only works so good and all that, and you'd have to actually track those down. Well, there hadn't probably not been a need for a while. I feel like that would be fairly noticeable if anyone got up close to her, that anyone would notice that. Basically, I'm saying that the fact that she managed to escape to street level is only about 95% sensical. Maybe like 98. And if her disguise is so good, but on the other hand, if her disguise is so good, pardon me, let me phrase this correctly. If her disguise is so good, the concern that is showed about her being caught seems to be a lot larger than is commensurate to what we saw earlier in the plot line of it being a concern. Excuse me. That's all. Just a minor, calculation and summing up of where we are at with this. So, with that, let's move on to Chapter 8, and hope that we can make up with Leo and the others. Can I skip this cutscene?
母なる太陽と3つの惑星を持つグラール太陽系。そこに住むヒューマンと彼らから生まれたキャスト、ニューマン、ビースト。4つの種族は500年にもわたる戦争後、互いに共存する道を選んだ。
I'm gonna try unplugging the controller for a
平和
second.
が訪れて100年。誰も知らないところで滅びの足音は近づいて。
De nada. We are fucked watching the... Oh, that's a little different. I think. Oh, yeah, the Switch sports game. I had not seen anything about that. I'd heard that it was a thing, and that's about it. I heard people say that, like, the Mii's look different or something, which I don't 100% know what the status of that is, because me and paying attention, I just know that we're getting the Advance Wars reboot camp in April, and I am going to attempt very strongly, let's say, to get hold of that. I don't know if we're going to play it on stream, but I want to own it because I fucking love Advance Wars. Oh, okay, I see what the deal is. Alright, so we're in the middle of some shit. We get thrown into this just instantly. So I'm gonna guess that things have dialed up a little bit in terms of options. In terms of plot, pardon me. I saw options and I saw fursuits and well, I feel like there's probably been some sort of slightly fursuitish option for a while, right? It's just that this time people are... I seem to recall there was some discussion around it, which, okay. I think a lot of people are a little bit more talkative about it because of reasons of LOL furry, as opposed to a lot of the people who are like actually furries and have pointed out before that it was something that they engaged with a lot as younger folks as a means of exploring their queer identity, which is a big thing that is talked about quite a bit regarding being a furry. So yeah, it is absolutely great to see that Nintendo is being a little bit more, you know, not trapped in the 90s in every regard, really. So you know, I appreciate it. Nintendo is trying more than a lot of game companies are. We'll put it that way. Make Zelda playable in a mainline Zelda game. That is something that I agree with, but I wonder if the well is poisoned to some very strange people because of, well, you know, the last game where Zelda was playable in an actual part of the Zelda franchise. You know, spin-off or no, unofficial or no. Smash Brothers does not count, is what I'm saying. Because there's definitely some people who will look at things a little bit, you know, they'll suss on things a little bit easily. You know? Oh wow, I didn't even remember Spirit Tracks. That is not what I was talking about, but Spirit Tracks is one that is very divisive. I know that. A lot of people like Spirit Tracks quite a bit. A lot of people think it's kind of crap. Well, I mean, any sort of, like, garbage game, there's gonna be unironic defenders of. Like, again, remember I just did a project recently, and a large part of the discussion dealt with the Atari Jaguar. And something that I learned in working on that is that the Atari Jaguar has a very, very surprisingly large group of serious... oh god, I'm starting to go a little bit. Very serious, unironic fans for the Atari Jaguar. On a console level in general. Meanwhile, I think a large amount of people would just be like, oh, the Atari Jaguar, that's the worst thing since worst, because the Atari Jaguar had a lot of problems and was extremely not what was advertised, basically. I mean, even when you get over the fact that 2x 32-bit is not really 64-bit, there remains the issue of the fact that it was very poorly documented in its time. So a lot of developers were using just the parts that were familiar of it, which is to say that the Atari Jaguar had a Motorola 68000 processor, bringing this up yet again. Somehow we're coming full circle to something from over an hour ago. At the heart, as sort of a managerial type of chip that was not intended to be like the main thing that did gameplay stuff. But you had a lot of developers go, I don't know how to use this shit, and Atari is doing a really bad job of telling me because the Tramiel family doesn't have a fucking brain cell between them. So they basically just coded stuff for the 68K. It was basically... That's why a lot of Jaguar games are so bad, by the way. Why a lot of them basically feel like they're for the Sega Genesis, but slightly better. Or maybe slightly worse. Because they're basically using the same chip as was on the Sega Genesis in order to do any of their stuff. Because nobody knew how to do anything with the rest of it. Because nobody told them how. Anyway, that's my weird story for the day. Until I tell it again. In which case, it'll become my weird story for the day again. The CDI is a very weird beast in general. Yeah, the CDI, of course, I'm sure we are all very aware that the CDI was designed to be a very much a multimedia machine, you know? Like, it was capable of a wide variety of things in some measure or another, but it was not top of the line at any of them. And of course, it had hardware that would have made more sense for, like, a multimedia computer. So something that would, like, play movies, which was a big advertised thing of the CDI, or that you could use to look at a digital encyclopedia, also a very widely advertised feature of the CDI when it came to things that were to sell to regular people. So the CDI's video game status was second plus banana, really, as basically everything else on it was. But, you know, back then it was kind of a bespoke Encarta machine more than a video game console. It just could coincidentally also play video games. But that's kind of like saying, oh yeah, my iPod has video games too. And I'm not necessarily talking about any of the touch models, which can play some actual touchscreen games. I mean, like the old version that had a click wheel. I will read all of what you have read in just a moment, once I get my bearings back together, because I've just gone on a long tangent. I had heard before, 50 points off of S rank. Well, big rip. I'd heard before about there being remasters of the CDI Zelda games, because again, they have a legitimate fan base, and I'm sure that if I was playing them under better circumstances than anything CDI related, I would probably be able to see the appeal. I did not know that about Super Mario 64 DS, though. I'm glad to hear that, because 64 DS is a fairly interesting game. Yeah, everything seems to be cleaned up, but, like, does anyone know why this is happening again? Just limited to food production. Yeah, that's not exactly a good thing in a lot of ways. I mean, sure, it's not widespread, but that's a pretty serious thing to be targeted. Well, see, then you have to deal with digestive processes for the different species and everything. That may not be such a good solution, guys. A photon reactor was shut off, the attack ended. I think that's going to be the big plot hook for this part of things. Is that A photons attract the seeds, and spoiler alert, the seeds are unsurprisingly connected to not quite Dark Falls. I mean, I guess you needling him all the time is not necessary, Tanyo, but... Uh-oh. I hope you've got quiet shoes, Ethan. This is something that could potentially be fairly interesting, but unfortunately, I feel like experimenting on it in a civilian space colony is not such a nice thing to do. Guys, do you not have anything better? Yeah, he definitely is not wearing, like, Sora's shoes, even though he's definitely got a little bit of the spiky hair going on. Ah, Sora's clown shoes. Yep. But, the design choice that sure was. I'm gonna check the shops and see if there's any new gear here yet. I'm going to expect no, but we might be surprised, because there definitely seems to have been a large time gap here. Yeah, so we're currently toting the best things that are available to us right now. I'm sure we won't be allowed to go planet side, and even if we can, it's not going to prove terribly useful. Oh, I should probably consider buying that staff, shouldn't I? Yeah, see, this pair of pants is worth over 40,000 money, so we'll sell that. I don't think I need this white glove, but I will keep all of my crafting supplies anyway, just for... Well, because I'm a bit of a pack rat, and I have used the synthesis option a couple of times, and it's provided results. Not necessarily always good results, because that shotgun is going to languish in our box forever, but results nevertheless. Also, this advertisement looks very inappropriate. I just want to put that out there. Alright, so let's store all these. Do I want to take... I should probably sell the sword, because it's pretty weak, really. If I want a sword, I will get a better one. Alright, so we're back. We're back home. This is where we're supposed to go, right? Meanwhile, this doesn't seem to be helping us. Maybe we gotta go look around the general area. We could go check the other planets too if we wanted to. You guys got a nice outfit. Nothing really to say? Oh, let's check this general area. See if anything... No, I have to go check in at base, don't I? I'm being a fool right now, right? Anyone got work for me? Nope, just here to tell me nice job. Alright, so far that doesn't seem to be terribly useful. If I try... going to... I try going in the back? I don't think I can. Let's see. So maybe I just misread what I was instructed to do, or perhaps I was given the wrong information. Meeting room. Yeah, I can't go in either of those right now. Cancel. We'll check the perimeter of the spaceport again. I feel like I'm screwing something up, though. Space dock. Actually, we're gonna go and check the shops of the actual planets and see if maybe there's something here that we can get our hands on here. And again, run into cutscenes that we can no longer skip because of using a controller. Great job, Sega. I am continuing to blame Sega for this because, honestly, at this point, that just feels like the way we're supposed to go about things here. Alright. Now, we got anything going on here? Alright, well, the double saber is available for sale, so we should be able to buy its move now. No upgrade for the spear or daggers. Laser cannons are available. We would be able to use these if we were a ranger, but we are not. So, I will show those off at a later date, I suppose. Right, here we go, Tornado Dance. That's the move that I was looking for. It says one hit. It is far more effective than that sounds like, although it's going to be competing with what we have, so it might be a little bit underwhelming at first, but it'll get better, trust me. Oh yeah. I have to hit home in order to use the menu. Alright, so let's go ahead and learn Tornado Dance. And link that to our double saber. Got the sword. Do we have a better shield than our Mega Line? We do not. So I guess never mind that. Do we have any usable? We have a Mega Power slot unit, so that's cool. That's an actual upgrade. Just out that way. All that and get a little money back. Again, I just feel like we should go and check everywhere that is available right now and make sure that I haven't missed something because I am slightly confused. Well, I think Karen forgot to turn stealth camouflage off or something. She got one of those sneaking suits from Otacon. I haven't played Metal Gear Solid in a very long time. I need to do that sometime. Alright, you got anything to say? No. Let's see, we're getting these plot nuggets of, like, regular-ish Guardians employees. Not regular-ish Guardians. That's something very different. Regularish Guardian. Whoever heard of that? Wait a second. Oh, Final Fantasy XIV. I've been playing that a lot lately because of doing things related to Blue Mage. And that is a... Oh. That was weird. Blue Mage in 14 is a bit of a mess. But I think they have sort of acknowledged up to a point that balancing Blue Mage as a general class is just a very hard thing to do, and so they said, yeah, we're just gonna make it legitimately just be the Rodeo Clown class. Red Mages certainly do not have any unique moves of their own, which is kind of sad. Although in 14, you do have a little bit going on because you have what are basically just off-global cooldowns that are magic damage that is null elemental. Except they're flying swords, so they're basically physical attacks. But yeah, not much unique for Red Mages. There's a... I only learned this recently because I've never actually played FF12. But there's a Green Mage class in 12, which specializes in status effects. That's pretty interesting. Oh, funny how that works out. And yeah, once again, nothing doing in terms of more gear for us. Although, actually, I should probably check the shops and see if anybody has the extra type units, because we have armor that supports extra slot units now. The way that the units are laid out in this game, again, it's very different from PSO, where your armor had a randomly generated amount of unit slots from 1 to 4, and there were, there were no types to them outside of what kind of stats they did. It wasn't like, oh, here's a head slot, here's an arm slot, or anything like that. It was just, here's units. And in this game, the head slot deals with magic stuff. The arm slot is physical strength. And the leg slot is defense and movement, evasion. Alright, so what's going on? Mark on Karen's hand is a photon seal. Oop. Yeah, now that's actually a thing with Robin and other characters, right? Oh yeah, we fit Trainer and Villager, I forgot about them. Not about the lead seated. Yeah, we sort of understand what's going on here. This threw me off because I've never had to menu over to talking to the orb. Yeah, but Corrin was later, right? Corrin was DLC for 4, I think. DLC, I don't know if that's even the correct... Well, whatever. Corrin came later is the important part. I think that you're not going to get very far with that, Ethan, but if you want to try that out, sure, why not? Alright, so we can't... Yeah, this just tells us that, you know, what missions we've unlocked and everything. Okay, yeah, DLC. I didn't remember that there was DLC proper for 4, even though... Well, I mean, I clearly remembered it a little bit, but my brain is also just like, well... that seems a little weird, but not so much. It was the Wii U. Oh, Ethan knows a thing that he can't tell his little sister. Because it's really fucked up. Yeah, we'll put it that way. The sad part is that's only slightly less weird than what's going on here. Anyway, we're gonna go try and head over the base and see if anybody has seen Nav anywhere. That way I can find out what exactly his synthetic beard is made out of. Yeah, he doesn't want to talk about it because, like, this sounds like a problem. It seems like something that we shouldn't talk about in public. Ethan, this seems like something we shouldn't talk about right out here in front of God and everybody. You should ask him if we can go to the meeting room so that where we can talk about it in private. Yeah, we're definitely Jimmy Olsen's son. It's true. Wait. Yep. Good enough. That is surprisingly easy. Oh, he's gonna shoot us. This is not good. I feel like maybe we're going a little too far in the opposite direction, actually. Because the boss is gonna beat our ass. Liquid! Wait.
はい。
ファームでの任務、ご苦労だった。
はっ。ありがとうございます。
お前に来てもらったのは他でもない。メルボアへ行ってほしい。
メルボアへ？
トムレイン博士がお前を押してくれたのじゃ。
Oh, is that? Yeah. That's the guy who we thought was going to get ganked the last time we talked about Magashi.
誘拐された科学者の行方は分からずじまいで。
I guess we can pop that open right now, because all I've got right now is snarking at this.
シードの関係を研究している。実は彼とよりシードが A フォトンに反応するという調査報告が数多く寄せられていた。そして私は一つの仮説を立てた。シードは惑星を攻撃しているのでなく A フォトンに引き寄せられていると。
何ですって？
昨夜のシードの攻撃は実は事故ではない。実験だったんだよ。
Yeah, we heard this being discussed on the phone earlier. But seriously, dude, why here?
を危険にさらしてまで実験したと言うんですか？俺たちは使い捨ての実験動物じゃない。命をかけてシードと戦っているんだよ。
相手はその際には少しは口を慎め。
I mean, maybe, but is he wrong?
こんなやり方は納得がいきません。
Time for us to go rogue, I suppose.
このミッションは降ります。
Oh, now he's really gonna shoot us.
短気なところは親父とそっくりだわ。お前の親父も生きていればきっとそう言うよ。 しかし今は緊急を要する事態なんだ。理解してくれ。
これはグラル太陽系全体の問題。もっと対極を見るのじゃ。
Again, there are quite a few very open areas on all 3 planets
我々には実験
you
に
could
よ
have
る
worked
確証
with.
が必要だったんだよ。ダレンは私にこう訴えていた。A フォトンは未来のエネルギーなどではなく危険なエネルギーである可能性が高いと。
A フォトンを持つレリクスの文明は滅亡した。我々の世界もすでに滅亡に向かって進み始めようとしているんだ。
博士に
Not
協
me
力
this
して
time.
やってくれ。ウェーバー君。
In the immortal words of Shaggy, it wasn't me.
はい、わかりました。
よく承諾してくれた。ルーと一緒にすぐメルボアに向かってくれ。
Oh, that was a big pause. And some really fucky looking animation, too. That was some crust. Anyway, this card is very amusing that you've sent. I completely forgot that he had such ridiculous looking hair. It's been a while since I've played, as you can tell. Certainly to that point, even. I wonder what she's got going on in terms of stats. I mean, I guess if the Guardians are like the cops, then he's kind of doing the same thing that every, Well, we just had the whole discussion, right? Alright, well. We know what we gotta do. I think everybody's going to be a little busy right now. So we're working with Maya this time. Harm along with one more person. Is it the robot? No. In that case. But I think we've sort of established already. It's supposed to be a spoiler, but it's very poorly hidden that Lou very clearly has multiple different bodies. And is like a shared consciousness, basically. He's just really worried about... Ethan, don't be a dick to your sister, come on. I'm sure there's something a lot bigger going on here, but unfortunately, Ethan, you are kind of a douchebag. Even if, yeah, I understand because Hyuga's a fucking slime ball, but, like, let's have the whole conversation at least. Oh, there you are. Again, not too hard to figure out what's going on here, because, like... Again, she's a robot. It's super easy to tell, especially once you hear the mechanical filtering on the voice. Come on, Ethan, you can do this, buddy. At that time, it let me skip the cutscene. It's probably another scientist. Because that's, you know, the way this goes. Alright, so let's go form our party real quick. We could bring Leo with us if we wanted, but I think we're locked to using only those two characters in a mission like this. It's not just, oh, you have to bring at least these characters. It's you can only bring these two characters, which is kind of unfortunate. Leo seems to be a pretty strong partner. He's not quite as completely sick nasty as we are with that spear, but still. And yeah, I'm doing one more recheck of the shops just to make sure that they didn't somehow gain anything extra while we were farting around here. And you're probably thinking, hey, are you ever going to get that staff? And the answer is, maybe next time. This time we're going in with the skeleton dance and the other things. I'm still using the wrong name for that move, but I don't care. I think there actually is one called Bone Dance or something, and it's not that one. Our party is formed. We just need to go to the station. Our things are... I've been attempting to use the cube so many times, even though our things are clearly already full, but... Alright, let's go to the base and let us take on our mission. Excuse me. I want to meet this other scientist. He's probably going to get murdered by Magashi at some point in the story. Just like the other two did, including the one who didn't. See, oh, it's a bit of a big cube.
この壁はメルボアエクスプロージョンによる爆心地周辺の有害物質の安全措置としてパルム政府が建てたものです。
Oh, did they nuke themselves?
これで街を丸ごと隔離したってわけか。
We are a little under-geared for that, that's for sure.
政府は安全宣言を出したものの、被害の大きさに再開発を断念。取り壊しすらできず、放置されたまま。
20年近くも。
This guy does have a bit of a green around the gills look to it.
もう一人のメンバーが到着したようです。
Ruh-roh. Oh, they're not trying to land on us, so I'm pretty sure it's not Magashi. Yeah, that just looks like... That looks like the dead guy, actually.
タラギ先生。
マヤじゃないか。こんなところで会えるとは。
I mean, his hair is not as bad, but...
イーサン・ウェーバーです。よろしくお願いします。
Yeah, let's see if we can make things less
マヤさんと
tense.
はお知り合いですか？マヤは私の教え子だったんですよ。そうだったんですか？
この人、昔はフォトン研究やってたのよ。でも光明神から A フォトンの研究に乗り換えたの。
Oh, so you guys got blowed up when Magashi came knocking, right?
タラギ教授には A フォトンリアクター調査解析の主任アドバイザーとして協力していただきます。
After the last one was killed,
そ
right?
れではシードの攻撃を避けるために地下コースを
I'm
ご
just
案内します
saying, this is a little bit nerve-wracking.
さあ、行きましょう。はい。
In a couple of ways, because these folks do seem to have a tendency to get murdered. Yeah, so I don't remember this mission very well, but I definitely remember that this is the place where I was first experimenting with the laser cannons, and it seemed like a really good mission for it. I think this is probably a place where we're going to see a lot of stuff just lining up for us. But we'll see how it pans out as we go. Moreover, let's test this thing out. Look at that. Yeah, we only got the one hit in because that thing was almost dead, but... Oh, is it just some dude named Dragon? That's a little bit silly. Yeah, so you can see that Tornado Dance is definitely not the single hit move that the game wants you to think it is. This does a lot of hits, and if you can get an enemy in a nice tight position while doing it, this is a pretty good source of damage once we level it up some, which is what we're going to try to do throughout this mission. But we may not necessarily be very successful in that endeavor. Also, this being pretty deep into the game means that this thing might take a while to level up too, which is unfortunate. Also, hey, we got a Vara nail, so I think we can build the Vara claw weapons now if we want to. Aside from the lack of Kubara wood, which is a thing that's been a recurring issue for a bit. Okay, so this is something that'll help us, is we hold our lock-on button to keep doing the skeleton dance on this one enemy. And in my case, the lock-on button is L1 on this controller. It's the same button as will... oh, good grief. If only I could remember them. If only I could remember my words. Unfortunately, I'm super bad at knowing how to use words. But what I'm trying to say is that, yeah, L1 is where our camera button is. So I'm pretty sure that if I was playing this on keyboard, I'd be holding the left cursor key. Which just sounds like a complete and utter shit carnival, doesn't it? While you're mashing all the other directional buttons in order to control your moves. And holding another one in order to... Wow, okay, I got fucking killed there. Holy crap, those things do a lot of damage to you. Also, I just hit the wrong button to continue. Whoops. Let's try that again. That's our first real death. Thankfully, we saved inside the dungeon. But damn, those enemies do not... They do not give you any room to not get screwed. Also, our rifle is still doing really good damage, by the way, which surprises and astounds me, but it is starting to feel a little bit dated, because surely we could be doing something a little better with this weapon type. Unfortunately, we can only equip C-grade rifles or lower. Or lower. C is the lowest level of weapon in the game. Okay, Maya, I need you to heal more, by the way, just so we're clear, because I am not going to be paying a whole lot of attention. Also, I like that they're trying to give me strategy advice. I am not going to follow that. Okay, stop doing your Astark poison breath, because I don't like that shit. Such a cool move. I love this. I love it, I love it, I love it. This is definitely going to be a tricky mission, by the way, because we are a little underleveled for this. I know that some of you are thinking it, but I do just want to point it out. You are correct. We could stand to be a lot stronger right now. Unfortunately, I didn't grind that much off screen last session. And back up. Yeah, oh, I dropped the laser cannon. Well, if we decide to experiment with that a little bit, you know, in order to show off some of the other classes, then that will save us the, like, 15 grand or whatever it is to get a laser cannon. So that's nice. Darth Maul hero version. Little bit, yeah. Because here we are out here with a two-sided laser weapon. Oh god. Don't get animation locked! I need to heal. These are fire elements, so let's switch to the pistol. Whoa! What the fuck? My health just disappeared! Those things hurt way too much. That's not good. That's not cool. I am not pleased with that. Yikes. We're gonna struggle against this for a bit. And I'm not just saying that in terms of difficulty. I'm saying we're going to strive to beat this with our shit tier leveling. We're gonna try and take this out at our low level instead of going and grinding. Because, come on. I can't let this game win. Let's try going the other way and see if there's anything going on here. Alright, we got doggos. I'm kind of curious as to, like, if there's a specific reference to this white glove weapon or something. Or, pardon me, it's called the real handgun, but it uses white gloves as crafting items. Because I remember that there's a white glove Michael Jackson reference in Sonic Dreams Collection, which, of course, Sonic Dreams Collection is not an official thing. As you would probably guess if anyone here knows what Sonic Dreams Collection is. I am sure that you don't need me to tell you that, but the guys who made that were definitely knowledgeable enough about, like, deep, weird Sonic lore that if there was some sort of connection to be had there between something that Sonic Team did and that, they would know. Maybe I'm just overthinking this. But surely it's some sort of reference, because it has that bit crunch sound that has got to be pulled out of something. Yikes! What the? Whoa, okay, so that fucking hurt. Heal. Alright. Now, we really need to take these dudes on one by one, I think. And also, the game needs to let me target properly. If we stun lock for a bit, Lou, can you get out in front? Because you're probably going to be, like, our best meat shield, even with your being the lowest level in the party. Or tied for... Wow, I'm surprised that she's 2 levels below us. She's at the same level as Maya, which is very weird. God, I feel like going back and saving, but I'm also thinking, maybe I can just learn to play better, which, yeah, that sounds like a bit of a joke in and of itself, but... Well, someone made of meat would probably be a good start, right? To not using the robot. Meat from Mortal Kombat. You got a good point. Meat, which was originally a skin in Mortal Kombat 4 before they made him into a real character in Armageddon, I believe. Which technically means that Meat is one of the very few characters who was actually introduced in Mortal Kombat Armageddon. Playable characters, really, rather. I seem to recall that Meat had, like, an ability where he could slide along the ground really fast with his gross bits that, you know, stain the floors or something. I don't know if that's actually correct, but for some reason it's just sort of there, mentally, as, like, the proto-Super Meat Boy. Excuse me. If so, that's actually pretty fun of the old guys at Midway. Well, Borderite Show also has issues of being kind of not a good joke, in my opinion. Just because it's like, okay, that we're going to stretch the fact that his name is Borracho, which is drunk in Spanish, to doing a very fake-sounding name that sort of sounds like that. And it's like, oh, that's a little bit... Oh, you guys are trying a little bit too hard with that one. But absolutely, Borracho Show does also have the issue of, like, his most famous special attack is puking, literally, on the ground, and letting his enemies trip on it and slip. What fun. You know, that's something that would come out of, like, late 80s British PCs or something. Mostly because I'm thinking if there was, like, a game themed around Viz Magazine. Not to be confused with the American Viz Comics. Viz Magazine was a very British adult comic that was often full of some, like, really immature humor. But, you know, different strokes and all that shit. And that does kind of sound like exactly like the sort of thing that if it was a fighting game, they'd do that. It's kind of... It's a little beneath Mortal Kombat, which is a strange thing to consider. Ah! Fuck, I'm frozen. That's not good. These things are ridiculously overstacked. What the fuck? Why do they have... God. Fuck. These enemies just in general are the worst. Oh God, are they... Is that Megid? Is that technically an insta-kill move? Does that work? That would be a big yikes. A cop or Homer Simpson. Well, unfortunately, they used up all of Stryker's style slots in Armageddon, so he didn't get that. So I guess whoever's closest to Homer Simpson in Mortal Kombat. Boy, I'm glad for a brief breather of cutscene. Ethan, you've seen the ruins already. Earlier. Yeah, because it was probably being attacked repeatedly. Well, you see, the thing with Stryker, you know, aside from, I don't want to be the person who's like, oh, cops, ew, but it's rather like, I don't know that he has a ton of character to begin with, and I don't know that they expanded on him very much, although clearly they did a little bit. You know, he was very much the generic guy in Mortal Kombat 3, where oh ye gods, can I piece this together? Like, Stryker in MK3 always had that sort of normie among monsters energy going on. And then with MK9, it's been a very long time since I've touched anything related to that, but it just feels like I suppose I don't think they added much to him to make him that interesting of a character, and he's already competing with Cabal inside of that space, and Cabal had some fairly interesting stuff going on with him. Again, take all of this with as much remembrance that I don't have a ton of familiarity with that particular era of MK, honestly. But yeah, Cyrax and Sector. First of all, Cyrax and Sector have more going on in terms of design in the MK9 era. And I actually thought it was pretty cool that you got to play as, you could play as human Cyrax in certain respects. Like, I think it was probably just a skin, but well, I mean, obviously, like, it wasn't a whole other character, but you know what I mean. I don't remember if it was a thing that was in story mode, but I think it was a multiplayer available skin. And Cyrax was from Botswana, which I thought, that's pretty cool, you know. That's not exactly super common in fighting games that someone will actually be asked to name a real African country that the character comes from. Unless, of course, the game is already coming from Africa, in which case, well, you know. They probably know a little better. That seems to be a quite competent fighter, rather, so I don't think he has to worry about that. Yeah, man, focus up, children. I mean, we've seen before that this is a big mistake. We already know the plot of this, and I just wasted a healing item. Oh well. Gold could freeze in arcade mode. Yeah, oh boy. Gold was the port. Gold was the port of MK4 for Dreamcast, right? So it's already kind of held back by the fact that it's a port of probably the worst Mortal Kombat game. With no offense intended to anybody who's like a big fan of MK4. Oh wow, mission over already? No, it's definitely not going to be quite to that level. Yes, I did know that War Gods was a test of the engine. Which, I saw a couple of copies of War Gods back when I actually used to go to any game stores for anything, which, unfortunately, I don't think there are any retro game stores out where I live anymore. There used to be Underground Games that closed down like more than 5 years ago. God damn, it was more than like... It was pretty close to 7 years ago now, actually, which, wow. Where'd the time go? And Game Warden, which is also gone for a very large number of years. At least 3 at this point, I'm pretty sure. And I came very close to picking up a copy of War Gods for $10 at one of those stores, and I didn't think about doing it. This is also back when I was not doing YouTube. I was writing a blog, and I was doing a project that at the time was a 25th anniversary project for Mortal Kombat, which I never did finish, unfortunately. So who knows, maybe this year I'll slot in some sort of 30th anniversary retrospective for MK, because this is going to be the 30th anniversary of the release of the original arcade machine of Mortal Kombat. But at this point, I don't know what all I'm going to do with the rest of the year for everything, because I have a lot of projects that I'm interested in doing, as I've probably said before. I want to look at all of the expansion stories for Final Fantasy XIV, which is going to be a video. I have another video related to the Phantasy Star franchise, and like looking at that from a storytelling perspective coming up. The one that I want to do that requires the earlier mentioned Japanese PCs, mostly just for prop purposes, was going to be a Toho project retrospective. Because again, that series is turning it's turning 25 depending on when you start measuring from. The games were first available to the public as 25 years ago as of this coming November. But the first couple were finished like a year before that or something. So that's one that I want to look at. One that I'm considering, which goes a little bit afield of the sort of content I usually do on YouTube, is that I was considering as my big Halloween special this year, looking at Ben Drowned. Because I think that that's a pretty big, video game cultural touchstone sort of thing, if you will. Despite, of course, not being a video game in and of itself. But I think that the massive popularity of Ben Drowned consisted to a lot of the latter-day increased popularity, after the fact of Majora's Mask, and changed a lot of people's perception of Majora's Mask as being a far more disturbing game than it actually is in a lot of ways. Although I think that there's some parts of Majora's Mask that are very creepy that a lot of people don't, adhere to very much. That tend to get missed out on because, hey, mask salesman, and all that. Review-wise, things are a bit of a mess. So I feel like Mortal Kombat, a retrospective of that would be far too large to be a review. I've been putting the retrospectives in the broader essay slots, as is the case with the one that just went up today, and with the Kingdom Hearts thing that I did at the beginning of the year. Review-wise, I know that I want to look at Mario Sunshine, because boy howdy, Mario Sunshine is Mario Sunshine is a bit of a mess. Let's put it that way. Not a bad game, but it is definitely one of the least finished mainline Mario titles. Yeah, Majora's Mask is one of the harder 3D Zelda games. Another big video that I would love to do this year is a BioShock retrospective. Because originally I had promised that as being a thing that I would make... that I would make if I got to... what was it? Yeah, it was... if I got to $200 total patronage on Patreon. But, of course, I haven't really experienced any sort of growth as a content creator, which, that makes me feel a wide variety of different ways. And, so, since I didn't really, hit that sort of thing, I was like, well, I'm going to make it a regular video, and I'm going to change how I do Patreon stuff, but I still really wanted to do that big BioShock retrospective, because BioShock was one of the first games that I played which I would say was, like, actually about something in a lot of ways. Or that it was really put forward that BioShock was about something. In a larger sense of not just, oh, here's a game with a story. Instead, BioShock was something that was sold very heavily for the fact that it had themes, basically. Like, there were a lot of people who were talking about how it was kind of cool that BioShock had this big story arc that was dealing with objectivism, which is, well, objectivism is a slightly fancier term for the American form of libertarianism, but I digress. And so I actually got into the game because I was interested in it for that reason. Because I used to believe some things that were not necessarily, you know, the greatest. We'll put it that way, and we will, I suppose, cut the conversation on that, you know, on that level a little bit. Or we'll at least curtail it slightly. And try not to get blowed up by these things. And having said all of that, that's a video that I've been really looking forward to, you know, negotiating for a very long time. Unfortunately, I probably shouldn't have, you know, started so much on being like, hey, yeah, here's something I really want to do that I've got a little bit of hype for. And then put it behind a goal that is almost entirely outside of my control. And I mean, up to a point, there's also, like, hey, I don't always feel good about advertising any of this stuff outside of spaces that are, like, my own accounts or anything. I have a hard time posting that shit on people's Discords, even when they're, like, people I know. Yeah. Ganon is actually difficult in Smash Ultimate. I do not remember Ganon in Smash Ultimate, but that's pretty amusing, because, yeah, Ganon... OOT Ganon is just sort of a wall of meat up to a point. Ganondorf, as you said, is noticeably more difficult. He definitely is. Yeah, I don't remember a lot of the boss fights in Smash Ultimate. I haven't played a lot of the single-player campaign type of stuff in a while. So we're gonna find out that Dr. Taragi here is not actually him, and it's like a shapeshifter of some kind who is pretending to be him. I suddenly had a moment of like, what if it's that? I don't think it is, but again, I don't remember this particular plot arc very well. I pretty much just remember, well, the one that was just concluded recently. And there's kind of a good reason why you would remember that, because that is pretty fucked up. But we've been over that before. Cool, we gained a level. Giga Bowser, Ganon, Dracula, Two Forms, Rathalos. Yeah, I remember Rathalos. Gleam, Darkon, Master Hand, Crazy Hand, and Marks. Yeah, Ridley gets no boss fight. I mean, maybe they could have had Kraid instead, but Kraid never gets no respect, so... I mean, remember that they they mocked stuff up to put Kraid in Metroid Prime, and they were just like, nah, let's not. And then you fight him in Metroid Dread, and while he is fairly capable, while Kraid is fairly capable of kicking your ass in Metroid Dread if you're not paying attention properly, he's chained to a wall, and he's got some kind of, horrible pus disease coming out of one of his holes that shoot the platform spikes. Yeah, no boss fight for Porky. Which, I mean, I guess at the very least, well, you really couldn't have a fight for Gigas in that format. At least not in my opinion. In this case, I am referring to Gigas as Gigas appears in Earthbound/Mother 2. I mean, if you wanted to have the original form of Geeg as it appeared in Mother 1/Earthbound/Earthbound Beginnings/Earthbound 0. Lou, can you unstuck yourself, please? Don't lick the flagpole in winter, you idiot. Let's take a look at where we've got to go. Alright, the map is staying open for a bit. Whilst I unfuck myself here. As I am currently more than a little bit lost. This place's layout is not the most friendly thing in the world. I think this is the way we want to go. So let's close that. Take our lance back out. Oh, we have no energy for this thing almost at all. Same for this. The rifle will do. I don't think there are any electrical element enemies anymore here. There's... Well, actually saying that, the robots are lightning element, I think. So the rifle might be a good shot. We'll switch to this for a bit in order to help us open crates and stuff. How many switches do we have still? 3. Alright, and I keep hitting the attack button because I am worried that I'm stuck there. Yeah, I think I got that one, Lou. Never mind. Alright. 2 left. Yeah, anyway, the Rathalos fight in Smash Ultimate is one of those things that I always found really weird. Just because that's, like, the only real gameplay-related, anyway, representation that Monster Hunter got in Smash. And honestly, I would say that Monster Hunter hasn't ever really hooked me very much. like, I'm not sure that I quite see the appeal. And it gets into, like, everything because it's very popular, and, you know, fair enough. There's even a Rathalos boss in FF14, and it changes a lot of the mechanics, and it's kind of a pain in the ass. Alright, rifle time. Oh, were there Monster Hunter related Mii costumes? I don't remember that. Again, I don't remember a lot of the Mii costumes in general. I know that there was a Goemon one that was released as DLC. There was one for Dante from the Devil May Cry series, right? And that was because, of course, everybody was memeing on the fact that they didn't want to put Devil May Cry's name on there because Devil May Cry is an M-rated franchise. Or was it Travis Touchdown? I'm suddenly like, wait a second, wasn't there a Travis Touchdown outfit? And I'm slowly going insane. Maybe it's just that, like, mentally I'm like, wait a second. There was just so much joking about Dante in Smash. And, of course, Travis Touchdown is a very, I would say, very iconic character for the Nintendo consoles. Because, of course, Travis Touchdown, you know, No More Heroes was originally a Wii title. And one of the premier users of the Wii's unique functionality. Devil May Cry is definitely M-rated. I mean, I assume that you could probably actually get away with a lot of that shit in T-rating nowadays. At least the older games, because, you know, the peak was not that high in a lot of regards. Like, the only things that really had any sort of, you know, like, any sexual reference, basically, were outright pornography. And that's changed a lot. And violence, well, definitely the envelope has been pushed quite a bit. We were talking about MK9 earlier, and God, I gotta say that a couple of the fatalities in that game still seem a little bit OTT. The one with Noob Saibot where he just tears someone in half, that, ooh, yikes. That's fucking brutal. Although, there's also a really fun one in that game that's really gory, which is the Baraka one where he just spins the other person on the tip of one of his swords and cuts their limbs off slowly. Again, really horrible, but fucking hilarious. He's just having a good time. You know. Ooh. That is another one-handed sword for us. How's the stats on this thing? Well, it's a little bit stronger. Got more accuracy. It has way less PP, though, which is... that doesn't necessarily make me feel very good. Oh, yeah, I got this from doing one of the free quests. I don't know what this move is. I haven't tried it before. Or if I have, I don't remember it from the last time I played this game eons ago. But for now, Rising Strike is still a much stronger attack than Gravity Strike, so we're going to be using that for the time being. Yeah, I enjoy a lot of the sillier fatalities in, you know, just for reasons of being very, very humorous. The one in MK4 where Quan Chi just rips off his opponent's leg and just beats him with it forever is kind of funny. I mean, I don't think they always work, and sometimes they, of course, are going to run up against the graphical limitations of the machinery they're on. Quan Chi has another one that has that issue, but in like Mortal Kombat Deception or something. So that's a little unfortunate, but yeah, certainly I think that it's not impossible to assume that some of the earlier Devil May Cry games could probably actually be like T-rated nowadays if they were given like a full re-release and not a collection, because, well, collections, unsurprisingly, tend to avoid having like a spectrum of ratings, because, well, you know. Yeah, there's that one that's in MK3 where Liu Kang drops the MK1 machine on someone. That one's kind of fun in like this very goofy sort of meta way that, you know, you'll think about it like 2 weeks later, like, oh, okay, so he's just attacking these people with the essence of Mortal Kombat. It's sort of a fill in the blanks yourself kind of moment. But of course, when you see it in the arcade, you're like, oh, what's that? That's a real letdown. Not that Liu Kang hasn't had fatalities that were a bit of a letdown before. Liu Kang's MK1 fatality being rather infamous for just being a really technically impressive martial arts move, but not exactly as fatal as, you know, getting your spine ripped out or your heart ripped out, or there's a lot of body parts getting torn out of people. Oh, there's a healing station there too, so that's good. Oh. Damn it, right in front of the healing. What a time. Oh shit, she has photon blast powers. Either that or she just has really fucking massive artillery that she can just beam in from places. That's pretty nice, I gotta admit. That's a thing only robots can use. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that that's a thing that's available in like extra mode or online mode as sort of a limit break type of thing if you build a character who's a cast. Alright, come on everybody, get over here. Get over here! Wait. Maya, god damn it, will you get in the fucking healing ring? And it's so slow too, which makes it even worse. And now Maya can't get healed. Get over here. This is such a chore every time it comes up. Alright. And deeper in we go. Oh. Uh-oh. At this point, shouldn't we know that this is a thing that we have to deal with because of the whole conversation about A-photons summon in seed monsters? Didn't we just have that conversation? Isn't that the entire plot hook of this chapter, Ethan? Don't start getting all, you know, like you do. Just because we have to deal with exactly what you would expect to be seeing right now. Ooh, this thing feels like a slightly pudgier version of what we've been seeing from these seed enemies before. And it's level 55! This is going to be a really ugly time. Oh yeah, it warps too. Good. Lou, did you just push me into that fireball, by the way? Alright, and down it goes into the floor. Got him. That was not super hard, all considered. Yeah, Taragi didn't die once. Although they clearly want much better time out of us if we're gonna get an S rank in there, so... Oh, Master of Oz is in the FM2 fan game? Nice. That's a pretty choice monster. But yeah, FM2 is a thing that I knew about before. A lot of Forbidden Memories ROM hacks as well.
さあ行きましょう。
I've got a feeling this is not going to end super well for us. Oh.
メルボアエクスプロージョンの爆心地だ。
そうなんですか。
この湖底に巨大なレリクスがある。
この下に。
あのエネルギーチューブでプラントから湖底にあるレリクスまで A フォトンを運んでいる。
一体これで何を？
悪いが今は言えんな。
You know that, I
行けば
guess.
わかるさ。
Oh, time to get on a submarine.
昔からそうなのよ。いつも肝心なことをはぐらかす。
ちょっと聞いてもいいですか？
何？
タラギさんとは本当はどういう関係なんですか？
今はそんなこと話してる場合じゃないでしょ。先を急ぐわよ。
Oh, this seems like a slightly messy thing, that's for sure.
ウェーバーさん、あまり時間がありませんので急いでください。
ごめん。
Ooh, we are without a healing station and also without a PP recovery cube. This is gonna probably be a bit of an undertaking. Oh, and yeah, trials start immediately. Yeah, I think the Labyrinth Tank fusion, because that is also a thing with Forbidden Memories, so I think that was something that was decided on when they released Labyrinth Tank in the OCG instead of when Labyrinth Tank was first made for any of those games. Which is very strange that they made that change. I believe Skull Knight has the same thing going on too, right? At least in FM. I don't remember if Skull Knight is in Dark Duel Stories. But then again, FM, pardon me. I got that backwards. You know what I'm trying to say. That Dark Duel Stories is kind of like 8-bit FM in a way, so it sort of makes sense that they were made around the same time and that they suffer from the same bits of weirdness. Alright, here comes some bogeys. There's probably at least some, but I don't 100% remember. I'm not the right person to ask about the in-depth about a lot of that. I just have some vague memories of both games, and when I was young, being a little bit confused by them. Although nowadays, they make significantly better sense. Lou, are you stuck on something again? Oh, boy. Excuse me. No card key? Well, shit, where do I go then? Is that door... That red well, maybe the card key is over there. Because I don't think we killed monsters over there yet. Let's go find out! Yeah, here we go. Another laser cannon for reasons unknown. And we got some more of our radiation mutants going on here. Alright, please no Megad spam. That shit scares me. Well, the scientist just got killed. There we go. There's our card key. Yeah, even at this point, Tornado Dance is doing some sick damage when we target properly. Imagine once we actually start leveling it up. Oh, I can't carry any more heals. And I can't distribute them to anyone else, so meh. Yeah, that's one thing that FM doesn't have a whole lot of, is that it's kind of low on spells and traps. Now this thing, yeah, we've probably seen a little bit that you can't target these big dudes as soon as they pop in for some reason. At least not always. Sometimes it seems like it's okay, but not every single time. Because hey, why make sense, right? Have we been that way already? Map? No, we have not. And there's a card key over there that we did not pick up. And by over there, I mean the other direction. Yeah, all of our shit is just hurting for energy right now. This goes back here? Oh, did we already go? Okay, well, I guess never mind what I was thinking then. That card key is further in the map. It is very easy to get confused in this particular game. Because they don't really mark where the exit to the last map you were on was. Which seems like a pretty important thing, but maybe that's just me. Boy, I wish that was a photon charge so that way I could actually feel good about using one of those. But yeah, you know, let's do it. It'll be fine. Said pick that up. Alright, so that's not the only one. We still need to go and pick up the card key at the end of this teleporter. Level 5. Nice. I've been gaining a few more levels for this than I thought. Well, sometimes you just don't know how to design a puzzle, I guess, right? That's the thing with game developers. They're like, well, we're going to make this really hard for the players by just making it not make any goddamn. Speaking of not making any goddamn sense, this fucking shit with me getting comboed down like that was absolutely the worst. Oh boy. Yep. We're healing. We're looking for a weapon with some more PP so we can try and do damage to these things. Alright, well, one of them's down. Good. Stay out of the freeze area. Oh god, these things are just the worst shit ever. I think it has Retier as its buff, which is like mental stats up, which is fine because we're not using magic. Oh boy. I need a second here to just stand up and groan. Because let me tell you, I was fucking robbed of that scape doll there. Just like, hey, how about if we just made you die for no good reason? That's not good, game. Well, too bad. Here's something with absolutely no tell whatsoever. You know, at least in 14, like 99% of everything has some sort of tell. There's some sort of telegraph, even to things that like don't draw on the ground. And you can tell the basics of that. Wow, we've lost points because Taragi died so many times. Well, maybe he should have actual stats.
トムレイ博士、
おお、タラギ教授。
お久しぶりです。
危険なところはよく来てくれたな。
覚悟の上です。
ありがとう。
博士、今回の計画のご説明をお願いします。
おお、そうだな。今回の実験の目的は封印装置と呼ばれるレリクスの起動だ。
封印装置？
我々はデニケアの門と呼んでいるが、我々の仮説が正しければ封印装置の起動はシードに対する突破口になるはずだ。だがレリクスに残存する A フォトンリアクターだけでは出力が足りん。そこでレリクスと廃棄されていたプラントの動力部との連結をお願いするためにタラギ教授にここまで足を運んでもらった。
時間がない。さあ始めましょう。
お願いします。
Well, I hope y'all are prepared to deal with the fallout from this, because as you should all know by now, yes, there we go. Good question. Let's find out some plot. Well, we know the basics. Oh, see, I get it. I literally just made this connection now, despite making a joke about it earlier. A-photons are a metaphor for nuclear energy. It's another game where the plot is nuclear power bad, which, again, Japanese, fair enough. Others were assassinated, like Dr. Darren, so, we've already established, Maya, that, like, information in this setting is very easy to manipulate, and Google doesn't exist, so... Also, conspiracy theorists don't seem to exist, which is fucking wild. And now is when everybody dies. Because we're inside of, you know, we're basically inside of a building that is a gigantic nuclear reactor. Well, if this is nuclear, it's Godzilla. Well, that or we could just fucking leave. That would probably be the smarter idea, would be to get the hell out of here. Oh, hey, Bruce. What you got? Got anything useful for us? We got a double saber, laser cannon. I may have to just pound photon charges in order to refill. Sell that for the 21k. Not like I won't be able to get another one at some point. Let's do a quick scan of the area and make sure that indeed we're gonna just have to pound photon charges in order to resupply our energy and stuff. Because surely there's gonna be a boss fight or something in the coming seconds. Yeah, for some reason the two weapons system here with the pistol and sword, you have to recharge twice, which I didn't know was a thing. That's pretty rude. Well, we just pounded a bunch of that stuff in order to resupply. I don't think we're gonna need another 2 Dimates, so we'll pass on buying healing items. And on we go toward potentially the final showdown of the chapter. Or at the very least, another run for bosses here. Or mobs so big that they feel like bosses, because damn, the game's getting hard. Ooh, that is a really weird looking thing. This seriously does look like one of the iridium-powered weapons from Borderlands. Oh, I procced the tail. Sorry. Sorry, guys. It's okay, only I got hit for it. Moros, so we can deal with these with the rifle. It's 2. Oh, yeah, because we already got 1 earlier. I was like, wait a second. That's weird. No, it's not that weird, that's for sure. Once again, give me a second here. This is going to ask for 3, right? No, this is actually number 2. Never mind. Oop. Well, thankfully Maya gave us an attack buff, so we could deal with that better. I even used the... This doesn't appear to be full. That's weird. I don't remember using it. Yeah, I used it to fight the Golmoros earlier. Never mind. I was like, where did my rifle energy go? No, I know where it went. I just forgot for a moment, because I'm not always smart. Does this door want to open anytime soon? Oh, okay. I see what we got to deal with. We got 2 more of these Iridium Panthers here to deal with. Ah! Fuck you. It's unnecessary. Come on. Get. Things are pretty durable. Especially when we're not using a move that is a complete cheeser anymore. Like, we're still getting a good chunk of hits in with our Rising Strike, but it's not quite as disgusting as some of the other things that we can do. Honestly, I could have gone back for that free Diamate earlier if I'd been thinking this through better, but I am not. Clearly. Alright, come on. Where's our... There we go. Nice. Level 13 frozen hit. Our pistol abilities feel a little bit low level, but that's because we don't use the pistol that much, and we've been switching between elements for quite a bit. Quite a bit. Alright, so that should unlock the red... No, it opened the laser gates. Never mind. The red doors, we're going to have to do another looping sort of thing. Oh, here comes a big boy. Orgdus. Oh, I thought it was called a Spaltus. I think that's just the version that we faced in the previous level. Could just be the same enemy model, but with a different name. Well, mostly the same model anyway. Slightly different. Mineral textural adjustments. Yes, let's go with that. Stop getting stuck on things, Doc. Come on. You can't even blame me for that shit anymore. Come on, dude. Right. Just got a unit of some kind. I didn't quite see what all it said there. Mega Knight. 14 attack and 14 accuracy? Interesting. I actually like that a little better than just the straight power boost, so we'll take that. That's pretty cool. What a nice find. Thanks, game. Heal, take the healing item, and... oh boy. Yeah, by the way, you are correct. Anyone who's thinking this is really long, it's starting to wear on me a little bit. Abso-fucking-lutely. I feel like I've missed some... oh no, there... that... well, I guess I did sort of miss something. It's just not what I expected it to be. Nice. Level 39. We've been gaining levels hand over fist in this mission. We started at level 34, I'm pretty sure, and we're now 39. So we've gained 5 levels on this one story chapter. Which, granted, what are we on, chapter 8 now? So that's basically the average, but still. Some cards are impossible to get without 2 copies of the game. I'm sure that you can manage that through link cable stuff in certain emulators. I assume it's link cable related. I don't know if it's like... oh, goodness. Shit, dude. It could be infrared thing. Like, it could be like the card pop mechanic in Pokemon TCG for the Game Boy. Like that. Infrared emulation. I don't know if that's a thing with, like, even like MGBA or anything. Which is what I would probably suggest for being able to do link cable, because MGBA seems to be the most advanced at the moment and the most accurate for all Game Boy units. But if it's just like trading and stuff, that should be doable by this point. Alright, well, it should be fine. I think you may just need multiple instances or something like that, but I guess check if it has any sort of help documentation for that, for any sort of link connection, because hopefully they would tell you. Then again, saying that, I do also know that a lot of programmers are not always good at documentation, although I'm pretty sure the folks behind MGBA are pretty good about it. I seem to recall that being the case when I was doing the video about Boktai. I almost said years ago and then almost said yesteryear, which I suppose technically is a fair thing to say, but what I mean to say in real English is last year when I did the video about Boktai and I was At first I tried doing it through Visual Boy Advance, and I could not figure out how to get its sun sensor stuff to work. MGBA was a lot more forthcoming with it, and ever since I have been an MGBA convert, and I have found it to generally be a better emulator of the Game Boy Advance in the modern day than VBA is. In fact, I feel like VBA has actually gotten worse over the years since I last used it as my primary GBA emulator. Like, when I used it as a kid, certain games worked fine that on newer versions I find are broken somewhat. Like, some of the Battle Network games have new glitches in them that were not in the version that I played on VBA when I was younger. Which is absolutely wild to consider because, like, what? Then again, I also remember that being the case with ZSNES, and nobody should use ZSNES in this day and age really at all because it's 20 years out of date. But also, I seem to recall certain games having no sound emulation issues, most notably Super Mario RPG, and then I tried playing it on ZSNES like sometime like 8 years ago or something, because I hadn't really discovered that SNES 9X was kind of the bare minimum of what you should use. I found that Mario RPG had significantly more crusty sound effects than I remember when I was younger and using what was then not the version that is now the latest. So I don't know what happened there, basically. Alright. C2, is this where we're going to find our boss? Because we've got to be at about that point. And I was gonna say, oh, it's a two-headed dragon. Okay. I was gonna say, is this boss gonna be Magashi and we're gonna have to murk this guy's ass? But nope, it's just a two-headed dragon called Deragnus. I like it. It's a good name. I currently cannot see chat, which is fine, because I'm probably going to want to not be distracted at the moment while I'm fighting this thing, because this is a bit of a chonky boy. Level 43, which is not as bad as the level 55 Seed that we saw earlier, but you can see it's a much bigger enemy. It's got a much wider variety of attacks. It's non-elemental, which is interesting, but I guess it's using both fire and ice attacks, so what'd you expect, really? And we just sit here mashing this button and rip this thing apart. That would be pretty great. But I don't know if I'm winning the damage race or not, is the problem. I mean, sure, with good hits, we're getting 300, maybe even more damage. But it's hitting us very, very easily. Oh no, that was a dirt simple fight. Hooray! Yay! Easy, easy, easy. I'm glad for the easy bosses. Because, as I've probably mentioned before, this game is heating up. And we got an S rank. I'm pretty sure that Asamizashi is literally the dagger that we just sold earlier. Dizas received from Maya. Is that what she names her vibrant? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. I mean, it's my channel, so up to a point I can say whatever I want as long as it's not in violation of Twitch's rules, but you know what I'm saying. Well, let's go walk into this ambush. This is pretty weird looking. Oh, we're getting some static. Alright, and here comes the nuclear explosion. In another dimension, where we go back to Phantasy Star 3 and we try to make it a good game this time. Actually, considering the timeline, we'd probably get sucked into Sonic 06 or something. Maybe Shadow the Hedgehog. Because this game did come out in 2006. So... Sonic 06 is a weird one. They definitely had ideas for Sonic 06, I'll give them that. Execution, however, well, we all sort of know how that went. What the fuck is that? Huh. That's all, just... This is not what I would expect the big nuclear reactor to be like. It kind of looks like something that should be floating, you know, free floating in space, right? As it promptly dissolves the creatures and makes the textures in the cutscene look a little bit crusty. Good old 2006 graphics. I mean, the game looks not the greatest, but I've seen far worse. Even in this era. But that stood out a little bit.
じゃあ起動に成功したんですね。
とりあえずはな。
タラギ教授のところへ戻りましょう。
誰もいないわ。どこ行ったのかしら。
タラギ教授。ルー。
Uh-oh. Oh, I see whoever was here left a calling card? Oh, never mind, it's Lou's hat. Well, it's got some sort of weird glyph on it. That's, Lou has a tracking system built in, probably. Them with homing device. Yeah, there you go.
タラギ教授は誘拐されることを
覚悟していた。
そんな。
彼は身を挺して誘拐犯の居場所を教えてくれようとしているんだ。
いつもそう。肝心なことを教えてくれないんだから。
責めないでやってくれ。それが君への優しさだったのかもしれん。
マヤさん。
As Maya just has a complete breakdown about this guy being like that. Oh, the chapter just ends in the middle of that? That's a weird place to drop it, but okay. Let's see what's going on here. We're going to Motube?
マガシの追撃
Looks
に
like-
危機に陥るイーサンたち。救難信号の主
Yeah,
は誰なのか。
definitely.
次回ファンタシースターユニバース砂漠からの声。君の守るべきものは何だ。
Oh boy. Oh boy. So we are definitely getting pretty close to the end. I think that the story is 12 chapters,
それは
but I could be wrong about that. We are in chapter 9, as you can see.
「博士がこれをマヤさんにって。
ありがとう。
マヤさん一人で大丈夫ですか？俺も行きましょうか。
これは私の問題なの。ガーディアンズの任務じゃない。あなたはトム・レイン博士と一緒に任務を続けて。
I think somebody should be on backup for this because this seems like a pretty big deal beyond
博士を
even...
頼んだわよ。
Well, and yeah, I just checked. It's 12 chapters and then the final boss. So it looks like we will probably be finishing the main story of this by next week. This confinement system. Well, I mean, in theory, we could just go back, Ethan, or we can go check and see if there's new gear. Which is what I'm going to do before we indeed go back and wrap things up for the day. Because, yeah, this ended up being a very long stream. Plus, I started a little late, so it's now almost 4:20. Nice. When I usually like to end around 3 a.m. So, yeah, you can tell we did a lot of shit today. I don't think there's going to be any new techniques for us, but we can check and see if there's new weapons. And it doesn't look like it, but again, that may just be because of where we are. Well, I mean, yes, but that doesn't exactly fit in very well to how our time system works. So, we're a little stuck. By the way, the solution for skipping those cutscenes turned out, hey, hit the enter button, which for some reason I had forgotten before. Way to go, me. Alright, and there's nothing new here? Question mark? Yeah, that appears to be the case. Oh, was this rifle here before? The Bullseye? Which we can't use. But no new pistol, no new any of that shit, so... I think we should just go home. And move the story forward. And then eventually find out, oh shit, Maya's been locked in the jail cell too, so now we have to go bail her out because you can't do nothing alone. That's not how this type of game works. You fool. You're not a high enough level to go in there unsynced. And I mean, Black Mage, what the fuck were you thinking, idiot? Gotta play the tank class. Alright, what's the deal? Uh-oh. Alright, we should probably find out about that new information, huh? Well, yes, we are very aware that the Endrum Collective is, yeah. I don't miss him or anything, it's just gotten creepy that it's so quiet all of a sudden. So now we've decided that Nuke's good? Question mark? Actually, I have a feeling that what's going to happen is we're going to activate all three of them and we're going to summon Darkfalls and it's going to be RIP Universe. Note, I don't remember what the rest of the plot of this game actually is like, so that's not intended to be a spoiler. It's me being a smarty pants. Ooh, right, I could see about getting this spear upgrade, because it might actually be pretty good. Yeah, like, what if I remember to do all my stuff while I was over at the orb? What if, right? Can you imagine? Can you imagine? It's okay, we'll try that out. I'll do it off camera is what I'm saying. I want to go grab the mission deets and save. So that way I don't forget to... It's a bit of a mess, that's for sure. Ethan, did you not figure this out yet? She's a fucking robot! You dork! Have you not figured out that it's two of the same body?
よかった。
私はシリアルナンバー256のルーです。あなたがお探しのシリアルナンバー178のルーは未だ行方不明です。
え？
早かったね、ウェーバー君。
博士、これは
驚くのも無理はない。ルーのボディは汎用型だから、同型のキャストはもっといるよ。
How many times are you going to be confused by the exact same thing that happened?
ああ、すまない。
そうだったんですか。てっきり見つかったのかと思いました。
彼女たちは互いにリアルタイム通信で情報を共有している。
So we know exactly where she is without a tracking device, right?
ルーだけシステムから切り離されて
Well,
しまっ
that's
た。
エンドラム
convenient.
機関の仕業ですか。
ああ、そうだ。
No Wi-Fi wherever she is.
先ほど一時的に機能が回復し、救難信号を確認しました。発信源はモトゥブの砂漠の中心で、封印装置に関わる情報も所持している模様です。
封印装置のありかが分かったのか。
現時点で情報内容は不明です。ダウンロードに失敗しました。
ウェーバー君、モトゥブへ行ってくれるね。
もちろんです。
Hey, we can ask Leo to back us up. Maybe. Oh, so are we taking a different copy bot, or are we using multiple? Because it's using multiple blue robots would be funny. Just like, hey, yeah, we're bringing them in from all 3 of the other planets. All 2 of the other planets, I suppose. You know, just as a goof. Hey, it's Leo Antonio. Yay. Alright, well that probably has unlocked new gear for us then. So, first things first. Let's party up. Hey, let's go check out some gear and see if there's anything new for us yet. Alright, well, we got a new spear available. We don't have to craft this one then. Let's compare. Yeah, the strength on this thing is just worlds higher. So let's grab that. Compare. That's somewhat better. But of course, we're doing multiple attacks with that when we hit, so yeah. I don't think this saber is going to be... Oh no, that saber is a lot better than what we have, so let's grab that. How about the pistol? How does this compare to our real handgun? It's a little better overall, so we'll take it. I don't think there's anything new here of any note. Yeah, we don't have... Oh, there we go. We've got light and dark shots available for the shotgun. And for the dual pistols. And even for single pistols, and even the crossbow. But not for every weapon type. So that's making me think that only the Moatube gear got upgraded. Unfortunately, we are now going to be giving up the most hilarious weapon that we've seen this entire game. I'm sorry, but what we have right now is just stone cold better. As much as I'd love to keep using it, well, I suppose it could come back one day. I could just find another one in the wild, or I could craft it. Actually, is this better than our current twin daggers? Yes, yes, we want that thing as well. It's even null elemental, which is probably better for us than using the fire element, especially here.
た寄っていってくれ。
All right. Well, now we are nice and geared. I should check armor, actually. I don't think there's a new tier yet, but let's find out anyway. 5% elemental defense. That's interesting. Yeah. Rubble Giga. That actually looks a little bit... I'm gonna keep what I have for now. I like the other stat boosts, so... is what I say to all of that. Alright, so with all that solved, we should at the very least make sure that we recharge all of our PP on everything, and then save. Only 52 Masada to recharge. Neat. Alright, save. And yeah, that's gonna do for the day.